Hello, hello. Hi. Oh my gosh. Hold on, I'm trying to fix this. It's being strange and evil. I don't want this, I want the flare. Let me get that flare open. Hi everybody, hello. You made me so joyous. Oh my gosh, sub. Whenever I see the live notification, I drop whatever I'm doing to at least check in. Oh my gosh, we're about to finish the 5th and technically the last episode for Duel Destinies. There's the bonus episode, but that's like a DLC. It barely counts. It's like its own little thing. It's nothing serious. I left another live for this? Who's live? It won't open my freaking flare. I'm trying to open the flare so I can call out. Call out to all Ace Attorney watchers. Oh my god, yo. This is tight. This is tight. It's 4:25 for me right now. I'm gonna be live for like 4 hours, so it's gonna be like 8 if you stayed for this whole thing. You have been warned. You have been warned. Oh my gosh. I ended up going to the... Okay, y'all don't understand. I put my laundry down, and I went all the way to the corner store, which is like a 5-10 minute walk. Returned from the corner store, fully unlocked my, what's it called? I fully unlocked my, laundry, put it in, then came back up here, ate a little bit, drank a whole Monster, one of the extra large ones. Then I went on to... Oh my gosh. Then I went on to, come on here. That whole time I was doing all that, it was crazy. It's not letting me use my flare, pissing me off. Whatever, no flare. We'll survive. Alright, everybody. Let's do it. If you can hear my computer, no you fucking can't. Just saying.
I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? That's great. I really appreciate it.
The red cyclock means protected. The red cyclock protects a secret the person is constantly trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yeah, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But a black cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of.
So even they don't know it's there.
Alina isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from her.
Okay. So all I have to do is break the Cyclox.
According to my research, a black Cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength.
And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can't relax and concentrate if I knew you were with it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
Alright, I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. What's with them in the number 7, by the way? Because this is a whole year later, so this is a different 7 years. Those 2 years, 7 years ago, 7 and 8 years ago, they were going crazy with it. Like, that's wild. Just back-to-back nightmares for people. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Robot in the damn witness chair. Please don't piss me off. Ooh, this goes hard as fuck though. Well, court, or some fuzzy smell thereof. Facsimile thereof. Is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Oh my god. And she's here just watching. Oh my gosh. I'm still fucking out of breath all this time after.
Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Me personally, I think 12 people could beat the shit out of her. But that's just me. That's just me. That's just me. That's just me. Like, respectfully, I think as a group, like, me personally, if we were all there as a group, and it was just like one lady with a bunch of robots, I think we could jump her. Respectfully. Who's with me? If you were, like, stuck there and she's like, I'm gonna start killing people, I think as a unit, we should all get up. Yes, maybe a robot might start, like, breaking our bodies, break a couple bones for somebody here or there, but somebody's gotta get through, right? She has, like, 15 robots helping her, and I see her beat the shit out of those robots all the time. They're, like, 4 feet tall. I think we could do it. I think we could do it. A group effort. Truly. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. And why did we just say her name? Because they didn't know. We knew, but they didn't know. You risking it even more. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Oh, he did it! Oh my god, I love him. He looks so good. He's aging so well. Oh my god. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident. in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. The case was has ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today...
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Are y'all ready for my theory right now? I genuinely think that obviously it's somebody else, but what I do think happened is Simon definitely came in early and caught Athena there with her mother's body. Now, he went on to tell her to leave, and I'm sure he started touching things, and he was going to take her place, thinking that she possibly killed her mother. So this whole time, he's been probably covering for Athena, thinking that, you know, she's the actual murderer. That is the reason why he refuses to speak up, while his sister is like, it's her, fuck her. Has to be. That's what I'm thinking. I think that the Blackwells both believe that it was Athena. So while Simon took the more defensive side of wanting to protect her because of his love for that family, especially the mother, who is his mentor, someone that he respects deeply, Aura turned around and felt like very upset. I genuinely think that she was in love with her mother, because why else was she that fucking angry? I think he genuinely is covering for Athena, not realizing that Athena didn't even do it. Don't forget too that there's a ladder. And we got the ladder too. Oh. What's it called? Simon was the last to enter. Where is it? Did we get rid of the ladder? Oh, don't piss me off. No, here we go. It should be here, right? Where is it? Oh, no. Did we get rid of it? Where is it? I swear it should be in here. Did he throw out the evidence? I hate when they throw out evidence. But either way, there's a ladder. Well, there's a high chance that she could have went down the ladder that they have in that room as well. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right? But the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the account of murder in the first degree. Oh my god, animation. Let's freaking go, yes.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question
He's British!
with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Miles' voice is kinda...
Then you'd better bring it. If the two of you are ready.
He's British
Court is
too!
now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
Tell him!
The prosecution is also ready.
Oh my god. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. Oh my god. This is so fucking exciting. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intent of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. What happened to the courtroom? Bomb. There was a giant bomb that went off and blew it up. And that's why Apollo was injured this whole game. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. There was no 11-year-old spy. They need to stop wasting my fucking time. That delusional ass robot bitch is wasting my fucking time. Truly. Because there's no way you think that little 11-year-old girl did it. I don't care. Be serious. The true culprit is a spy. It's gonna be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice of what... I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself, in all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. He likes it. He likes doing it now. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Matey Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother, Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1. Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And 2. In this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. How is that the moment of the crime at all? Am I tweaking? Like, it's just him holding the blade. That could mean anything. Very incriminating evidence, I see. It would appear that the only conclusion is the prosecutor Blackwell did it, indeed.
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we need her wishes. We should heed her wishes. Your Honor, she's the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Bobby Fulbright's the name, and just as we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko.
I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving the testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Okay. Simon isn't the murderer. He's trying to cover it for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why'd the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. Oh, they think it's her. She thinks that she was hiding inside the case. She could have been hiding inside the case very easily. But, oh my god. Oh my god. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes into the face of the official ruling. Huh. About the case, she mentions. There were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're mainly for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I can see why that footage helped bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center, in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Oh, this is too much for me. This is gonna fucking take me out. I know it is. Naomi, I'm scared. Please bestow your intelligence upon us. Oh my god. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give a proper testimony. Yeah, I would imagine an 11-year-old was probably fucking terrified to find out that her mom was fucking, like, stabbed to death. That's insane. Hold on, let's see exactly, because I knew there's a wound on her. Do we have the picture of the actual... Yeah, look at that. Oh my god. She was, like, stabbed to death. Holy shit. Imagine being 11 and you walk in the room and that's what your mom looks like. There was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reason behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course. The girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, don't see any particular problem researching it. Oh my god. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting... I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. no longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments. Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! Oh, fuck! Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Maybe Athena's mom deserved it? Absolutely not. Stop it. Don't talk about that woman like that. She died. No damn reason. No good reason.
Hold it!
That's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at that scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case. Just to move that rock.
Objection!
Oh, I don't like Edgeworth new objection. Me neither. Me neither. Me either. Neither, either, either, neither. Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through and see what could have been in the case?
Let's bluff! We're gonna lie! Come on, everybody, lie time!
I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Ooh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? Oh, my bad. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with the robot arm and this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder?
The little robot arm, it's not there.
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You two appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which...
What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball.
Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Can't even look at the fucking robot. That's crazy. Greedy. Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and the robot arm. But was it really just one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that the part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of a technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Yeah, you thought I was with you? Dumbass? No. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. It has to be this.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines healed in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court! Order, I say! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I concede that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. I mean, it clearly was dismantled. Dumbass. Piss me off, piss me off. The case does comes up. The case does comes up. Am I tweaking? The case does comes up. About middle. Am I tweaking? The case does comes up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. Hello? Is he okay? The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling her? Obviously. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything that fit. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where the robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Hi! Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart?
I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them.
Thank you for your expert opinion, Ms. Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know. Because look, there's blood on it too, on the joints. That the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. Yeah, can we talk about the fact that that doesn't prove that he was, like, in the midst of doing the crime? All that looks like is him dismantling the robot. That doesn't mean that he killed her. Right? I'm not tweaking. Like, all he was doing was taking apart the robot. Listening to you while drawing con. Ooh, very nice. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see here, where the arm was cut off, was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet.
Not hearing this.
Therefore, what was transported inside the case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene of the... Oh, thank you for the Forever Rosa. Oh my god, that's so cute. I love when I get that one, because it looks like Beauty and the Beast. Oh my goodness, thank you. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder.
Ah! My head, my body, where am I?
Order in the court.
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards.
Let's go. Alright, cheap coins available. 1 million coins. Oh my goodness. I'm good. Moderators, kill this guy. Guards, get this guy immediately. Gifter level 39 is crazy. Oh my goodness. Good night, Andrew. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case!
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now, I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Hi! Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm and he's carrying her. His theory is that he was carrying her the whole time. Oh no! The theory is that he's carrying her in his arms, and the camera's only facing his back, so you wouldn't be able to tell. He's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he was holding something, or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it. The stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain? With a distinctive shape? Please, continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, thank you for the gifts, guys. I appreciate it. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there was only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her.
Oh. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her. This is part of her research.
Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted into Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without a question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Yeah! Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Order. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Oh, Ponko! Ponko! Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that. Well, when you're at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. How precious. Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Métis Sykes. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete? Yes. I was there in the robotics lab.
Ponko reminds me of Athena. Well, Athena thinks that her mother didn't really care for her that much, but literally these computers are based on her. Like, these robots are clearly based on her, especially in the description of how they behave. Oh my gosh. She even had the robots calling her mommy. Like, those were her babies, based on her baby. That, like, it's so obvious. But obviously, Athena, being a child, is not gonna see that. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Pongo must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. It's a fucking robot. The judge seems ready to adopt Pongo as another grandchild. Me too, to be honest. You know what? The judge was right. That's a little girl right there. Little baby. So, little Pongo, do you think you can give us your testimony today? Oh. Ooh.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Métis. And then Mommy Métis fell down.
Fell down?
After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. The testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but yes. What this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly. I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Pongo doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. They said that she fell down. How did she fall down but then ended up in that seat? An 11-year-old can't pick up a big-ass woman like that. Please be serious. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were the one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Métis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat deduction system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But, wait a minute. That means... Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing. If you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it doesn't appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. See, she went above and beyond to choose him because he's the best of the best. That's so sick and evil. She wanted that little girl in jail immediately for the murder of her own mother. Don't matter. It don't matter. Like, golly, that woman is so sick and evil. Oh my god, we can't have anything good. The sexier you are, the more evil you are in this fucking game, bro. Oh my god. That woman is one of the baddest, like, one of the baddest motherfuckers I've seen in this whole game. And she's evil as shit. Like, what do you mean you hired him in hopes of getting an 11-year-old girl fucking arrested? Oh my god. Like, she's not 11 anymore, of course, but this has been building up. Like, that's crazy. That's fucking insane. Oh my god. She's been beefing with the 11-year-old. I wonder what the switch up is gonna be like when she realizes that this little girl was innocent and she's been awful to her for no fucking reason. Oh my god.
After Mommy Métis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window.
Look at that! Fell by the window.
It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? All the way across the room. 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 Yeah. Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? There is something, yes. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like to add it to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Stay away from her. She's only like 7 years old. Leave her alone.
Mommy Métis fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy.
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? I can tell if he's being weird or a grandpa. Definitely a grandpa, but I don't like the way he talks to young ladies. I don't care if she's a robot. Fuck off. Makes me so mad, because he was talking weird to fucking little girls before. I ain't forget about that shit. The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are in 2 different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned a new crucial fact. What can explain the 2 very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved! An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't have possibly been the moment of the murder. Whew, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yeah, just a real little girl. That's fine, Judge, whatever. Yes. As we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more.
Objection!
Right. Ooh, right. It's been 8 years and you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her? Are they talking about Simon? But Miss Sykes and Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know what's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me, Ponko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena, you're gonna ruin my life. Like, my reputation is going down the drain. Athena, what the hell? Oh my goodness, Athena, you're gonna ruin my freaking life. You're gonna ruin my freaking life, Athena. This isn't a joke. This is serious. Stop fucking playing with us. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag. I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
The paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So it appears Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko.
Just call her Ponko, man. But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Gah! Panko, did you really move I keep saying Mr. Did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat when she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponko was equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. This is sick and evil. This is sick and evil. Athena probably asked because she thought it could fix her. No, definitely. She genuinely believed that she could be fixed that way. She genuinely thinks that the operating table can fix people too. She definitely was just trying to help her mom. Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that the robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. To the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she could put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. Just like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. That was just now, by the way. No way. I refuse to believe that. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... No. That's not what she thought. She thought that she could heal. Not the other way around. She wasn't trying to get rid of her mother's body. She was trying to heal her. She probably walked in and saw her injured like that. Or not walked in and saw, but like saw her get injured and was trying to help her. Why are we making her evil? She's a baby. Why are we making her evil? Edgewood is crazy. That's not his name. I think we need to start beating up Roman. No more spelling mistakes. Prosecutor Edgeworth! If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word! Just stop! Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true. Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Edgeworth. She was just a little kid. How could you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Phoenix. Obviously, we both think that she was trying to heal her mom, but that's not really gonna help prove that she didn't do it. If anything, it makes her look like she made a mistake, accidentally, like, stabbed her mom, and then when trying to fucking undo it, she just put her on the table. Like, either way, they can use that to say that she did it. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did not want to make it appear as if it ever happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edward's argument seems solid enough, but I feel like Simon is probably gonna come in. Like, what's it called? It's clear that he was protecting her. There has to be more to it. Simon is definitely protecting her. There's no way he's not about to be like, objection! He definitely has to be. There's no fucking way. Edward's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. What did I say? How old is Simon right now? He's 28. He was 21. He's been in prison for 7 years for a crime that he absolutely did not do. Prosecutor Blackwell! This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? What I'm talking about is your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please, go ahead. Ooh, this feels like a boss battle. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes, but when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Then, I committed the act. How cathartic it was. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be? She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. Oh, so the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. She always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. He loves that little girl. There's no way. Oh my god. Because I don't forget, didn't Athena say that he was very kind to her? Oh my gosh, he loves that little girl. There's no way. Ugh. I'm gonna lose my freaking mind. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna go wild. There's no freaking way. Oh my god. No, because don't forget either that Simon, it said admittedly that Simon, viewed Dr. Sykes as someone to protect. And I'm sure that that gesture, viewing himself as a samurai and her as someone to protect, also went out to her daughter. Obviously, Sykes being dead, he would want to protect the closest thing to her, being her daughter, being, you know, Athena. So, it's not surprising he's going this hard. He loves that little girl. Oh my god. Whether he thinks she did it or not, what I do know is that he knows if he doesn't go to prison, she goes to prison. He knew that 7 years ago and made sure to be like, nope, I did it. I got her. Like, that's crazy. Oh my god. That's fucking insane. This is awful. What he's been saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. Reminder that everyone in this room is British, except for me. Is that not insane? Everyone but Phoenix in this room got a British accent. After that animation? Oh my god, even the judge! Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If you don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx.
Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish. Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago?
I wanted to do it so bad. Even now. I want to fly out of here and go save him.
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Why would the judge be frank? He should just be himself. Guard, send Reef to prison right now, please. Take Reef right into prison. Thank you. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Can we still do the emotion thing? That might be a good, Athena! Oh my gosh! Athena, what are you? Are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might just be the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, no. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection! These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know?
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her! He started screaming that he didn't kill her!
Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try, feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vise. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer.
Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. And I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be.
Athena Sykes, the character you are. Athena Sykes, the character you are.
This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what the truth is.
Simon, please give me this chance.
The chance to shake off this beard that's been with me for 7 years, and to face the truth.
Athena's being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain. for I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Oh my god, this is gonna be our last little Tony Stark moment. Oh my god. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got into the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. The cat... I will not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. Bro don't even look like his heart is in it. His heart is not in it. Look at his face right there. Yeah, but why were you, If it turned out that she wasn't there, and why would you be happy at this point, though? Am I tweaking?
Got it!
And this feeling of happiness, even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet. I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now you said you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Do you think he was looking for her? Unrelated to the murder, everything he was looking for her, so he was happy when he found her. But then it turned out that Dr. Sykes was dead. Oh my gosh. Oh, fuck. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now. But I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Oh my god! Someone screenshot that. Someone screenshot that. Oh my god. Someone screenshot that. Put that in live chat. Oh my god. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And when she did, I plunged the katana in. Why are you sad about that, buddy? Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you say you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorry for Athena and her circumstances. He can't be talking about that, can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep. So all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena? But is his story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Ooh, you're a little liar. You're a little liar. It went up? I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give it up on this lost cause. Let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory statement, testimony, or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? His emotions. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions.
Got it, boss.
But
if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over.
I heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. The way he keeps changing. Look at his weeaboo ass. Look at him. Fucking weeaboo. Anyways, it's definitely this one, because why are you surprised? What surprised you when you went into the robotics lab? How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So, Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. But how could Ponko attack you if Ponko already admitted that her ass was asleep? So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Like, Ponko's arm had blood on it. What the fuck are you talking about?
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now.
Oh my god! It's 100% now? What's going on here?
Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with more lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate.
It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright. What should I tackle first this time? His testimony, because we have proof. What the fuck is he talking about? I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
Alright, let's give it a thorough check then.
Ponko attacked me, so I retaliated by cutting it into pieces.
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? Oh, the ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain on the end of Ponko's arm, where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko, and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have been transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now! You have no idea what you're doing!
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this! Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source.
I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Uh-oh. He is so upset. Ooh! Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then I saw that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, because my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Oh my god!
This voice, it hurts to even listen to it. He's been living with this pain inside him for all these years?
And the root of all of it is hidden somewhere in this testimony, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Please set him free, Mr. Wright.
Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door, and then I saw it. The terrible scene. It's always this part. Athena is causing strong emotions. He loves this little girl, man. Oh my god, he loves this little girl. He is so upset he's trying to stop this. Of course he doesn't want to fucking die. Of course he didn't want to go to jail for 7 years. But it's that or her. He's literally making a choice between him or this little girl that he loved and cared about so fucking much. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is fucking insane. Especially because he realizes, he knows for a fact that the sentence for his crimes, it's not just going to jail. You know what I mean? He might be a little lighter if it was just that. But he knows that the sentence for this is death. Like, they will kill her if he doesn't take her place. That is his point of view. This is what he thinks. That is why he's getting so fucking upset. Oh my god. When you opened the door and saw Athena, You became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. Though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified of speaking it. I'm terrified to speak of it. My bad. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that in my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, Mr. Wright? Or Wright, don't know. Sorry, I forgot he's fucking like that. I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright. Oh, is this gonna be animated? It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Ooh, that's really fucking scary." Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? No, you tried to help her. You tried to heal her. I... No, girls. No! No! Oh my gosh. Y'all. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. I'll be right back, guys. Holy crap, I'm back. Oh my goodness. Hello, everybody. Hi. Repeat, now my stomach hurts. What is this? So real, so true. Athena! As I said, Wright, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? They were literally to stop the frickin' suffering that she was going through.
Yeah. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No! That can't be true! Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I could not let you be punished for it. So you take the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Honker was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Punko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet! It can't end like this!
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Nor are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you. I'm not... But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Athena?
it's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother.
Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing?
That's the truth.
No. Look at her hands and look at the katana. Look at her hands and look at the katana. Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? Something that's not adding up?
It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. I have to face it, no matter how much it hurts.
I admit my guilt. Girl, shut the fuck up! Let me do my job! Fuck! Damn! Y'all always make shit so hard!
But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. I freaking grab her by that sharp-ass piece of hair. Run away with her. Run out of the courtroom right now.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena.
Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the Dark Age of Law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle to my fingers.
You know what you do remember? You remember removing the blade. That has to be it, if anything. Because what do you mean? Flowed down the handle onto my fingers. It never was on the handle. The handle is clean.
Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say. These are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. Memories are hallucinations. How Miles Edgeworth feels after convincing a teenage girl that she killed her mother when she was 11. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright!
But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument is now pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten the one basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said you never change. But could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Nah, real. Never let a closeted bitch talk to you that way. Hell no. What the hell? They'd be together, raising Trucy together, if he lived his truth. I know he isn't. I blame him. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. Like fucking gunshots.
I did a little research. I looked into the special cyclops you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
That shit's a... Like, damn. Like fucking gunshots. There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. You might be looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. Here's the thing. Obviously, she has memory issues. Like, are we ignoring the fact that, y'all, if anybody here in the chat was, like, 11, like a little kid, and you were chilling with your mom, and then some motherfucker pull up and stab your mom to death in front of you, would you not, like, repress that memory? Hello? I must go. I hope you enjoyed the garden. I'm glad I got to stay a lot longer this time. Oh, bye! Thank you so much again. I appreciate it. Like, oh my gosh. Bye-bye. That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
Yeah, there is. My memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question. I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. If there is a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now.
Da 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 da.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers!
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. Please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts.
You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a second to think of something. I want to say Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself. She remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memory mean? Miss Sykes said the blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I could show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course. He would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again? As always. How does he do that? I can't back down. Not here. Not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration. But there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. The thing on the floor! The utility kit! It was the knife, wasn't it? Wait a minute, there is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that might have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Tehran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Tehran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to the Space Center employees. And the robotics lab, especially, would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the scene. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Duh, they took it! Of course I knew that! Once you told me just now. And then there's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here is a photo of its contents. Yeah, maybe it was taken out, dumbass! Are you serious? Are we actually being fucking dumb right now? You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Yeah, because it was taken from the scene. Are we actually stupid? The blade could have been taken by the killer. Not to mention when it was taken, it could have been used again, right? Was the blade confirmed to be... Yeah, look at that. It wasn't confirmed where the blade came from. This could be the same blade from all those fucking years ago. Like, hello? Are we stupid? This could be the same blade from the same fucking, like, killer. Fine. But isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? And therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you, too, Mr. Edgeworth. You're the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Are we flirting? Miles. Are we flirting right now? In front of Athena? In front of the judge? Stop. No. He is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please, proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Todd, I see, they do. But what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory of your pitiful sense of aesthetics? Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court, then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools? There we go.
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gaiaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gaiaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gaiaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going on. Gaiaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? No, I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing, So, am I... Y'all, tell me if I'm tweaking. Did we really need to do all of this? Like, clearly, you could see that one tool is missing from the kit, regardless. Is this just to prove that this knife is supposed to be in this utility kit? Like, it clearly is supposed to be in here, regardless. And this is where the murder weapon from the Turan case comes into play. If we were to place a utility knife in the open slot... It would have fit regardless. We didn't even need to spell it out for them like that. Are they actually this stupid? The writing drops in some parts. Clearly! It would complete the Gaiaxa logo. So it would. And that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. No! Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. She could have stabbed the killer. She could have stabbed the killer. She could have stabbed the killer. She could have stabbed the killer, especially in self-defense. Oh my god. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was a utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Black Widow carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. Okay, please don't piss me the fuck off. A child would not be that good at, like, making the blood look like it would, is it? Oh my god, they're making me so mad I'm stuttering. They're making me so mad I'm stuttering. They're making me so mad I'm stuttering. The wound was super deep. The wound was clearly that of a katana. How would she, as a child, lift up that big-ass katana and then stab perfectly where the former stab wound is? They're actually pissing me off. Like, I know they're stupid and we have to spell things out for them and everything, but this is actually fucking ridiculous. Like, this is actually just, like, silly. I feel silly. This is silly. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have disproven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court!
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife, as long as we know the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. Okay, but... Okay, I'm not... I'm okay. I'm alright, everybody. So, I just wanted to say, why are we ignoring the fact that they only acknowledged, and very much only, very important here, they only acknowledged the timestamp when Simon Blackquill entered the lab. Like, just saying. That means anybody prior to that could have entered the lab and they never recorded it. They never cared to record it. That includes when the victim, as well as Athena, entered that room. They didn't care about that timestamp at all. Hello? Meaning anyone could have entered and just not left. And they didn't gaff. Clearly, because Athena did. They never questioned Athena entering that room and not being there. They left it be. They didn't gaff at all. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Am I insane right now? Why are we ignoring the fact that they only acknowledged Simon entering the room? They only have footage of Simon entering the room and caring about that. What are we... What is the point? Oh my god! Anyone could have entered that room and just not left. And they wouldn't have said shit. Because they only cared about Simon. Because Simon entered around the time that the victim had died. There's a window they could have left through there. I'm saying they could have left through the window. That's what I was talking about earlier, very at the beginning. I was thinking that possibly Athena could have gone through the ladder at Simon's request. But, clearly, the killer could have done that. Easily! Easily! As long as we know the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes into and the suspicions keep coming back. These people are so stupid. These people are so stupid. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? He's so me. That's how my head was. That when I went silent for a little bit, that was actually me. That was genuinely me. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. It's so obvious she stabbed the killer. It's so obvious she stabbed the killer. Because there would have been an extra stab mark if that was the case. There would have been damage showing during the stabbing. Is giving up really the only option? No! Snap out of it, Phoenix! What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go! Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. Oh my god, it's time to lock in. It's time to lock in. It's time to lock in. And concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. That must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But the prosecutor someone could have been wearing her jacket! We just acknowledged as well that it recognizes, Ponko and Klonko recognize people based on the ID that they're wearing. Just because Ponko thought that she saw Dr. Sykes, that doesn't mean that it was Dr. Sykes. It could be someone wearing the coat. It could be someone wearing the jacket. That's all it takes! Wearing the jacket! That's all it takes! Wearing the jacket! But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? A third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know! This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. The person hid their face. But wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would still have detected their presence. But she would have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection? The person posed as the victim. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket! The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket and the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat, too. Does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? Yeah! It also explains why Athena... Oh my god, 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 oh my god. That explains why Athena would have stabbed... Oh my god, it explains why Athena would have stabbed someone. Athena was already in the room, watched the murder happen, and then went on to stab the killer to defend herself, to defend her and her mother. Oh my fucking god, like, it's so obvious. I'm sorry. This is pissing me off, this is pissing me off, this is pissing me off. We are wasting time. A child had to defend herself by stabbing a killer, and they're trying to throw her in jail right now. Oh my god. I wonder if Miles goes home after cases like this where it turns out he's wrong and kind of like rolls around in his bed. Like, the suffering in my core I would feel knowing that I almost sent a little girl to fucking jail for trying to protect herself and her mother after having to watch her mother essentially be killed in front of her. No fucking way. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please, give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking. I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me! She witnessed the moment of the crime! Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you use a utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Do you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time.
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Ha! You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Clonko's strange malfunction. Mr. Turan, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? It was because Apollo was wearing his jacket. Oh my god. It was because Apollo was wearing his fucking friend's jacket. He thought that he was the friend. Mr. Turan? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity by the jacket ID tag. All because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? It would remove the killer from the scene, you fuck-ass! Oh my god. Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer! But that's... I'm impossible! The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order. Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask? Ooh! Yes, I remember. That is so... Oh my... Oh god! That brought chills on my body! Oh my god! Yuck! I know what mask that is. That's the mask from In the Room. But oh my god, that was so scary! Fuck! I thought it was gonna be like a little bag or something. A mask. Yes. I remember. Athena. What is it? Did we just break one? Did we just break one? I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head. Miss Sykes, are you alright? Jesus, fuck. No! Ooh. The Black Cyclops. They're breaking! All of them? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, she's about to have, like, a breakdown. Oh, fuck. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. Is this gonna be animated or I'm gonna have to read? I'm so scared. They're gone. Black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture, and when I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there!
The man? Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes.
That's why there's a tear in the jacket that's, like, pinned up. That's why there's a tear in that jacket. How the fuck did they get a hold of that jacket? They just left it there? It's in the picture, I'm pretty sure. That's crazy.
But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. And then I went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her. I thought... So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table.
She literally fought for her fucking life. Oh my god. I didn't even get to fucking read that. Oh my god.
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony.
Oh my god.
Imagine being 11 years old. This girl literally didn't even understand the difference between robots and people. She was so young that she still had the imagination to think that robots were like people and needed to heal and needed to be taken care of and treated like people. She was that young. She was, oh my god. And imagine entering a room and you see your mom on the floor. You don't even know if she's okay. You know that she was hurt, but you didn't even know that she's dead. You probably don't even know about death yet. Nobody probably taught you about death, like properly at least. And there's a man in the fucking room going to attack you and you have to fight for your fucking life. Oh my god. I had to take one of my squishies out, my squishy little hedgehog. Calming myself down by squishing it. Oh my god. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who was covered. The man who covered the victim's face. Put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask.
That mask, oh my god, it's not even as scary now, but when he was wearing it, why was it terrifying? Was it because we were seeing it from the POV of an 11-year-old that was attacked by him? Is that why? Oh my god.
I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
This mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human into a phantom.
A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has... This fucking robot.
You see? This is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
So if we end up finding the real killer, what, you're gonna kill all the hostages anyways? You suck, bro. Not only... So you're telling me that your brother will be freed, but you're more worried about beefing with this child? For what? Especially when it turns out that she's innocent? Are you serious? Bro, you suck. I don't care how sexy you are. You blow, bro. Oh my god. Miss Blackwell. This is not good.
A new suspect? Where's the proof of that this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head?
She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
No, why don't we look at the video?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I did not kill my mother.
Athena, I'm so glad for you.
More and more memories are coming back now, so I'd like to say one thing, if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab around 2 p.m. to recharge.
All this could have been set up before. Like I said, check the film. Check the film. They only check for Blackwell.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Matey. And then Mommy Matey fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. Mommy Matey was really the killer in disguise.
Right. Then he must have come to the robotics room before 2 p.m.
Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before? Yes, I do!
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by here before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. Looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then. Let's take a look. There. Please stop it right there. Look at that. Who the fuck built like that? It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's him! I'm sure of it! He's wearing my mother's jacket!
I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. The jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes? The cut is on the same hand as Kristoff. What if I go and attack him while he's in prison right now? For even having the gall to appear in my chat. What if I go to his prison cell right now and beat him up? What would he do? Huh? Nothing.
Can you see it? There's a slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure the knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Chief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and the mask that were there in the lab. I'm not looking up. This picture scares me. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day.
So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab
for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to the point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. Is he... My bad, that's me. And the victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. Well, how did the jacket get back into the thing? Shut the fuck up. He brought it back, obviously. At a later date. Damn. Fuck. Pissed me off so bad. It's clear that the jacket got brought back later. He's about to say that too. Well, if he was wearing the jacket out, how did the jacket get back into the thing for the picture? You about to piss me off. Watch. He's about to say it. And that right there is precisely the problem. Oh my god. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? Hey, so are we ignoring the fact that it was the exact same jacket down to the rip on the side? Which we have this jacket so we can clearly see that it's the same jacket? Like, oh my god, take it the L, bro. You lost. Fuck. This is not even being thorough. This is being bitter. You lost. Damn. Fuck. What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? The killer fucking brought it back. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. Who's to say that the people arriving weren't the killers? Like, one of the guys was the killer. The person that arrived before all the others. Who's to say that's not the case? So, when you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? Puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, you do realize the implication of that argument. I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. Of course you wouldn't, dumb fuck. We know you're stupid. You don't have to tell us every fucking time. Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. It was in the bag! It was in the fucking bag! Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose if the jacket was in the bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. This person felt the need to hide his face in the theater mask. It might mean his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, Wright. Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Thank you, baby. Tuck my little falcon hair behind my ear. Thanks, Spooky Bear. Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won! I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no further to prolong this trial. Something's gonna fucking happen. Something's gonna fucking happen.
Objection!
What's it called? Wasn't Apollo doing his own fucking case as well? Like, there's no way it's just gonna end with Apollo being like, oh yeah, I figured out goobly goo at the end. Like, there's no way. Apollo was doing his own fucking case. So there has to be, like, way more than we know, right? Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right! I'm the one who's supposed to say I need no further I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now, silence.
The little princess who was truly beloved by Métis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can somebody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Métis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that...
Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her.
Your ass is gay! This is gay! Homosexuality in my ace attorney? Homosexuality in my ace attorney? Yeah, this is gay as fuck. There's no way it isn't. Even if it's just like hinting towards it. This is gay as fuck.
Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted.
This is gay as fuck! That's actually gay as fuck. Are you serious? No, I'm not delusional. Chat, clip that. Clip that. This is actually gay. No, there's no way that this is not meant to be gay. There's no way. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there's something I wanted to say. If you would lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Métis' murderer is. You do? Right, Donor. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom 7 years past. That's right! The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. He knew naught about him. We knew naught about him, his background, his appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. But then one day, a miracle occurred. and I obtained a lead on him. Ooh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet, I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions, so I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. That's why they worked together. That's a motive for wanting to kill her. Yes, the spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Act 1, Dr. Sykes' results, and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them? But where could they have been? Who's to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Yes! I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Yeah, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to this real tight. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions. Not sadness, nor anger, and naturally, no fear. He's the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness into our world. Well then. It seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not normal. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. Yes, please, Your Honor! It's over. It's finally over. Yippee, yippee, yay! What's it called? No, Apollo is still doing research. There's no way we're just ending here. We're gonna do the investigation, so we're probably gonna go talk to him. But there's no way we're gonna get that verdict now. This feels too easy. Whatever to your brother getting freed is crazy. I'm saying, you did all this, you're threatening to kill people, and your brother's free from jail, mind you. Man, be serious. Very well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can you please take the stand? He's really, he's poker facing right now. He is so excited. He's probably on this like, yay, yay. Reminder too, this is so sick and evil. That man was 21 years old. He spent his entire young adult life. Like, he's not even an old adult yet. He's still like, you know, he's still in his fucking 20s, but he spent all of his 20s in jail. He just reached the age that in the US he would be able to drink. Like, he wasn't even like going out and making friends and having a drink at the bar after a fucking trial or something. He literally just hit that age and then went to jail for 7 years. He is 28. He's almost in his 30s. That is crazy. As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. Can I say something? They owe him a lot of money. Right? Like, I'm not tweaking, right? Like, they owe him a lot of money. A lot of money. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. What did I say? You! Of course. Apollo? What is the meaning of this?
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Apollo, I will bust up your other eye. Get the fuck out my way. Like, truly, let's get Athena the fuck out of here. Enough is enough. Don't piss me the fuck off. You standing at 4'11". Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. You need to step the fuck down. Piss me off so bad. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? He said, sorry. To be continued. Oh my god. Apollo just hates us. Apollo fucking hates us. Oh my god. Whew. Cross-examining Apollo. Bro's going to court one last time before he goes to therapy. I think it should be mandated at this point. Like, Apollo, you need to be off the streets. What if I said that this part at the end should have been animated? Just saying. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. See, Apollo, me and Apollo friendship ended right there. If I was Athena, me and Apollo Justice, no longer friends. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. I'm still not clear on who killed Clay Turan. Hey, buddy, do you know what we're doing right now? Are you fucking serious? We're trying to figure out who the guy was that killed fucking Athena's mom. It's the same person. We know it's the same person. Ooh. Ah. No. Why would you?
Miss Sykes. Miss Sykes is crazy after everything we've been through. Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. Hey, by the way, Miss Blackwell, did you know that this whole time, Miss Sykes has been looking down at you and like, fuck this bitch, because you've been hating on her daughter so badly, to the point that you tried to have her thrown in jail, possibly put on execution, like put on death row? Did you know that she probably fucking hates you now? Like, genuinely wondering, like, I don't know. She pissed me off so bad. I don't care how fine you were. Fuck. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do.
Apollo. Sure, you know, I'm all for the truth. Now, let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that what all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police investigation report brought immediately. I knew something like this would happen, but I did not think he would accuse Athena. I knew he was going to accuse Athena. Do you know why? He hesitated. He hesitated when we were going to check the space center earlier. I remember that. He hesitated on whether he knew if she was guilty or not. He was like, I don't know. And then she was like, I don't know. It's a reasonable reaction when you don't actually know something. Shut up. Pissed me off so fucking bad. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Turan. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit is someone else. Imagine you have jury duty. Like, you literally have to do jury duty. It's not a choice at all. You could get in so much fucking trouble if you don't do it. Now, you're summoned for jury duty. Suddenly, out of the blue, literally same day. No choice, no nothing, no time to prepare for it. Literally, within, like, 2-3 hours, you have to fucking go there. You make it there. You're forced to go through a trial that you have no fucking clue what the fuck is going on at all. From 7 years ago. You're like, oh, okay, we figured it out. That's awesome. An innocent man is, like, you know, no longer going to be in jail. Suddenly, this fucking twink comes out of nowhere talking about some, no, we're doing the new trial now, too. Huh? I have to go feed my kids, man. I'm taking time off work, man. What the hell is your problem? I said this wouldn't take, like, maybe, like, 5 hours. Maximum. Out of my 12-hour shift. What the hell? On that day, the culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. Then the two men made their escape out of the space museum. The killer attacked Mr. Turan with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the space museum. That word is so ugly, by the way. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Turan's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence. Oh my god. Relevant evidence swapped to the court record. Oh my god. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. Okay. I'm okay. A little sip of water. I suspect Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Turan. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, so you're saying you suspected her even before? Oh my god, Apollo! Are you serious? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. This sounds so personal. You're so in your feelings, bro. Order. No order in the court. Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, right? Not just co-worker, friend! Friend! Yes, Your Honor. Because that is the conclusion my evidence has led me to. But, Apollo... Why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. He can't even talk to her! You can't even talk to her, you coward! You fucking coward, you can't even talk to her. You can't even answer her question. You know that this is wrong. You know in your core that this is wrong. You can't even fucking reply to her. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? No, he straight up just admitted that he was already thinking this prior to the lighter. I'm not crazy, right? He just said that. I'm pressing everything. I'm pressing everything. He pissing me off. Clay wouldn't want this. No, he would fucking not. What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Turan. My bracelet reacted. Yeah, you know why? Because she literally had to fucking defend herself. Apollo! She's traumatized! Because she had to stab a man! To defend herself when she was 11 with the same type of knife. Apollo! That had nothing. Apollo, if you actually came to the fucking court case, you'd know this. Oh my god, Apollo. Apollo, please don't do something that you can't undo. Don't undo my opinion of you in a single game. Please, please, Apollo. There are people with Apollo profile pictures in the chat right now. Do not embarrass them. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. Apollo, it was a suppressed trauma. Oh my god. See, this is why you need to stay around your friends, bro. Oh my god. Don't make me change my name, I swear to god. Oh my god. Apollo embarrassing y'all in the chat right now. That's crazy. Go to the corner. He needs a breather. I need him to actually, like, think for 2 seconds. This is so crazy. I'm sorry. If I was Athena, I'm not fucking with Miles, and I'm not forgiving Apollo. I know he's in grieving too. But to accuse me of such things, especially when it just came out on why she would feel this way, why, like, you would feel this way. Could you imagine Could you imagine forgiving him for this shit? Trying to get your ass thrown in prison. Not just prison, death row. Death row, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Because you know she's gonna forgive him after all this. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. So you don't need the eye patch! Oh. He was trying to deny it. That's crazy. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way was because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago. Apollo, don't piss me off. When you reply to this, you better not piss me off. I'm serious.
Objection!
Oh god. But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Turan. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. Apollo! Oh, Apollo. I guess he has a point. No, he doesn't, dude. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself.
Hold it!
And that's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then! Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. That's not true. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Turan.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived here at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people kill sometimes for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. Oh my god, Apollo, you're not even making sense right now. You know she would have no motive to kill him. But you still are trying to put that shit on her. Oh my god. This is insane. This is wild. Apollo, we get to jump you after this. Just saying. We're gonna jump you. Like, that's crazy. Like, this is actually fucking insane. This is crazy. I still can't believe this. How could you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that somebody else used the same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there is a security camera in the boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launchpad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Turan and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Turan's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. The camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. I was out until about noon of the next day. Didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out the boarding lounge too. That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But Wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? Order. Order in the court. That can't be. If it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? The fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. You want me so bad. Fuck off. I'm talking to Apollo right now. Back off. We can kiss later. Fuck. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own. But that only led to more doubts. Apollo must be really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? I think I need to punch you in the fucking face. You little butthole. Stinky little butthole. You're pissing me off. You're pissing me off right now. It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternate escape route? Of course. Yes, of course, there must have been. Remember the leaves in the corridor? There had to be something, right? Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way! He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me! Wait, so this is what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really, fully trust her.
So that you can really trust me?
It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about.
I believe you're right.
We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in the pursuit of the defendant.
The lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end.
When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. And that is exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me, so I decided I need to face it head on.
Yeah, you could have warned us. We could have prepared for this. Fuck.
No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid.
Hey, Apollo, I really appreciate that you just want to make sure that I'm innocent, that you want to fully trust me to the best of your abilities, but hey, I just found out that my mother was killed in front of me, and I had to stab a man to make sure that he wouldn't kill me too. Apollo, I'm kind of not in the mindset right now to really go through this with you right now. Like, I think we could have brought this up tomorrow. I think we could have spent some time, like, letting it simmer. You could have at least been like, hey, tomorrow, or something. Hey, guys, let's go through evidence again with Athena. I just found out that my mom was killed in front of me, and I had to stab a man to survive. I had to fight for my life as a little girl, just to survive. Like, Apollo? So, that's so like Apollo. Always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good! Because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern end, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Oh, which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright. Where do you think the culprit escaped to? Literally, right here.
Take that!
They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks Prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been to the boarding lounge too. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I know it. That's the only way it could be, huh? No, trust me. If the culprit escaped to the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been to the boarding lounge too. Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly, but the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusions to draw, but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. But could the answer be, was there really no other escape route? Hold on a second. What if... Hey, who did that? Chat. Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? Sorgy blue crayon. I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than other than into Boarding Lounge 2. Hey, can we talk about the fact that Athena could have got stabbed to death had she been visible? Like, either that or the culprit was trying to leave her as, like, someone to be framed. Either way, like, it's either that Athena was perfectly hidden behind the rocket, fortunately, or that the culprit actively put her prints on the lighter so that they could get away with the crime. Oh, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Are we saying that he jumped out while it was moving? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell. What if they used, like, is there an emergency ladder in the corridor, maybe? Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides Boarding Lounge 2?
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Do you mean... Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor's safety door, was an alternative path the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? The corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item is that exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright. This is what the culprit used to leap from the outside wall of the main building. It's back! I knew that it was a fucking thing. I knew for a fact we had this item. I knew for a fact we had this fucking item. I'm not crazy, right? I was looking for it earlier and I couldn't find it. I was like, oh, I guess it wasn't useful. It wasn't useful for the old case. It's still important. Y'all remember, I knew this had played some fucking part in it. I knew it! An emergency ladder. There was an emergency ladder in the fourth floor robotics lab. She would have had the ladder pulled out too, right? And it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used the ladder to escape down to the ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Order. An order in the court. Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? You want me so bad. He want that cookie so bad. Your theory has so many holes. It puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright, then name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. That doesn't look that far. I'm not tweaking, right? A good run would help with this. You know what I mean? A good run would get to that ladder. Oh my gosh. "20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's basic survival instinct. Unless you're someone that doesn't have feelings. Unless you're someone that is trained to not have feelings. You know, like a robot or a spy. Maybe something you could call a phantom? Perhaps? An ordinary person would certainly would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit that just murdered someone, they weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would have been recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. And then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that, despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap, and all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other? That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timer was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been an instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out everything? Oh my god, Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Everyone feels fear on some level. Right? Wait a minute. Aha! I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternate escape route. No, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? Right! You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear. He could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Please don't show that scary ass picture again. Just as you or I could do a broad jump onto the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escape without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternate route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But was there such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom. Again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Turan as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Turan. What? More dramatic, please. Was that not enough for you? Order in the court. Order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue. He's living for this shit. There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then, this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. So scary, oh my god! I'm looking away, that's why my mic looks like that. Are they saying something? Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right. This escape route must have been part of the Phantom's plan from the start. Was tricking Director Cosmos into As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. And that's why he advanced warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. Oh my god. Y'all. 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 I'm so upset right now. Okay, that made me feel a little better. Thank you. Thank you. No. No fucking way. Oh my god. Thank you for the roses. At this current moment, there are only, what, 4 people? 5? No. There are... 1, 2... There are 5 people that we know were there. That we know. At this point, they're not going to introduce someone random, right? So there's only 5 people we know that were there that day specifically. Athena Sykes. Apollo Justice, Clay Turan, Solomon Starbuck, and Bobby Fulbright. Who was leading everyone out of that building? Who led everyone into the basement and said that the elevators were not of use? Who was also there multiple times for years? He's been there. For years. He's been going to the launch center, the space station, whatever the fuck. There's no fucking way. He's the only other person. There's no one new that we've met that we know was there that day like that. Like obviously, Aura Blackwell was there. I don't think she's the killer. That would make no sense. She's already doing all this to prove otherwise. She wouldn't have killed Clay Turan, especially as he did nothing. He was innocent. He was a child. He obviously didn't kill... What's it called? He obviously didn't kill Athena's mom. He clearly wasn't a part of that at all. So that only leaves one person. Holy fuck. So I lowered my... Oh my god. No fucking way. No fucking way. I'm not crazy, right? So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? Guess who told her to do that? Do you remember who told her to do that? Who was directing people to leave? Who was directing people on what to do and how to do it? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder, but he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew the particular ladder was going to be used? What did I just say? That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. I'm okay. Oh my god. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! You've got to be kidding me! Did you figure it out, right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Simon probably gonna be so fucking pissed off. He been chilling with him every moment. They hang out all the fucking time. Oh my god. And y'all were shipping them like this man ain't the reason he's been in jail the whole time. Oh my god. Y'all been shipping them the whole time. And he's like the whole reason that man has been in jail. Oh my god. He's also grown enough. He's old enough that it makes sense for him to be a part of this shit too. Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? It was a man. We know it was a man too. Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell ya. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. I lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Oh my god! Manipulator, oh my god, oh my fucking god! Oh my god, Dagger just got here. Oh my god, holy fuck. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He's been keeping track of where everything is, so that his identity is kept secret. Oh my god. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he's without emotion.
Take that!
It's gonna be so scary when he breaks character. Oh! Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom! Order in the court, Mr. Wright. How could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Get that motherfucker in here and then have him do a testimony or something, and then just read his fucking emotions. It's that easy. It's that simple. Have him come in here, let him do his little testimony, he'll do all his little acting and whatever, and then just fucking read the emotions. It's that simple. And then when it pops up saying that he ain't feeling shit, then you know what we do? Send his ass straight to jail. Like, it's that simple. It's that simple. Injustice I trusted. Injustice we fucking trusted. Never in my life have I yelled at a girl like this. I believed in you. We all believed in you. It's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. I don't understand why he did that either, because couldn't he have just done multiple? It would have been faster, too, for evacuation. What happened, nomination? Detective Bobby Fulbright is the Phantom, the one that did the killing 7 years ago and killed Clay Turan. He's a secret spy who has no actual feelings, no emotions. It turns out that this whole time he's been a fucking spy and he's been faking his emotions. Is that also why he was all fumbled up? Is that why he was all messed up and weird when he was at the space station? The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all a part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Turan and escaped to the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start, and just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it. don't believe it. That addle-padded detective did all that? Is it really him? I mean, all this time, I thought... Sorry we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase is, it's in justice we trust. And his concern for Simon was also all just one big act? I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled! Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court, too! I knew it, fake evidence. Fake fucking evidence. Fabricated. That scumbag even made me turn on Athena! Damn it! How the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. Bring his ass in and then let's scan bro's emotions. Analytical psychology immediately on this bitch. As for the bandage on his eye, it's a separate reason, but they tell you later. They literally already told us that he's wearing the bandage because he doesn't want... What's it called? Because he just wanted to, like, not sense Athena's, like, thing or whatever. It was like he didn't want to, like, God, what's the word? Perceive Athena. Yeah. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. I think we should all get belts and whip him. Who's with me, guys? Put your hands up. Me. Oh my god, okay. I didn't realize we'd have such an overwhelming amount of people. Apollo was tweaking. We were jumping the fuck out of Apollo. He pissed me off earlier. You're lucky you came late. I was jumping the fuck out of Apollo. He was pissing me off bad. Leave him alone? No, he pissed me the fuck off. If I was Athena, I would be so fucking mad at him. Seriously. Even after this, I think I would still be fucking mad at him if I was Athena. That was crazy. Well, why was she so, like, weird about the knife? Apollo, you weren't here for this, but it turns out that her mother was killed in front of her, and she had to use that exact kind of knife to defend herself as a grown man tried to kill her. Well, okay, but it could still be because she killed the... Apollo, are you serious? In front of her, too. In front of her. That was crazy! There was no hesitation either. He wasn't even like, well, maybe you're right. Nothing. He was like, she could have just been like that because she killed Clay. What the fuck? That was actually a crazy thing to say. Oh my goodness. Continue! You know what? No. Apollo's getting more lashings now. I'm gonna grab him by them 2 strands up on his head. He pissed me off so bad. Y'all remember the first Avengers movie when Hulk grabbed Loki and started smashing him on the ground? I'm grabbing him by those pieces of hair. I'm so serious. He's about to get that treatment. Back and forth. Enough is enough. Pissed me off so fucking bad. Then after, we're all friends and we're all good. He pissed me off so bad, though. Damn. He needs some lashings. Fuck. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Oh, well. Look what the cat dragged in. Apollo? Well, this is awkward. He said, hey everybody. Hey guys. Athena, can you do me a favor?
Huh? What is it?
Could you punch me, please? Go ahead, Athena. You see, the open eye, the good one, not the covered up one, the good one. What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. And let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't— Ow! Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did. Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really, fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. I guess I know who to call. I guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. I'm sorry, I almost laughed. I don't know. Why is he so stiff? He's like the standing emoji. Y'all have the standing emoji, you know, where it's standing still, the arms on its side? Someone posted it in the chat. Actually, you know what? Spam it in the chat. Let's spam it in the chat. That's what he looks like, the little standing emoji. Like that! Yeah! You have some promising, young, talent with you. Just fucking... Look at him! Oh my god. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Our Blackwell has surrendered the hostages and the hostages have been set free. Send her ass straight to prison. No debate about that. Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness. How the fuck did Apollo get out of there? He probably fucking talked his way out. She fucking loves Apollo, bro. She respects the fuck out of Apollo. Nobody else, just Apollo. She probably just talked her way out of it. He probably just talked his way out of it with her. He jumped out the window. She was like, I have 13 hostages. He was like, 12. He like looked her in the eyes. He was like, 12. She's like, I have 12 witnesses. I have 12 hostages. Yeah. Cause he was there. Trucy went to be with him. I remember. So how the fuck did Trucy end up a hostage and he didn't? Did he just fucking ditch her? Like what? She definitely let him go. That's crazy. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do, so I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Don't hurt us! Miss Blackwell. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions aren't what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say. To all of you.
Miss Aura.
She better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true. The courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me.
Oh, Miss Aura, does that mean you're starting to trust the system again?
No, of course not! quiet, hunk of junk. You're so mean to them. They're all you have left. They're literally all you, as a person, have left of that person that you loved. And this is how you treat them? That's crazy. Like, girl, piss me off so fucking bad. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Métis' killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least. No, because I was like, it has to be someone we already have, but who could it be? And it's been him the whole fucking time. Like, that's crazy. Aura. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And that's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far. No, you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, included stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the Styx just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. Oh! I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my head around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right. I murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Hey! I don't know why, but him bringing up the fact that her mother died, like she's not standing there, like, if Athena was a different character, that would be one thing, but Athena is literally right there. She could speak for herself. And murdered my mentor. I think it's more important that he murdered her mother. Chief Prosecutor. Yes. I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand in the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filled. But you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity. And uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. Is he about to... The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? Oh my goodness, he's free! How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. Oh my god, he's so happy. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? Are we about to switch to Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. I mean, she literally... Whatever. She literally did that in the last round. Whatever. But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed. And you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena. I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're going to prove it to the world.
Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right. Because I'm fine now.
That's what you sound like? Jesus. I'm sorry, that was rude. Yes! How about at the bed? Turn my swag on! Now this is the Apollo I know.
Welcome back, Apollo.
It's almost time for the trial to restart, though. It looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things, namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago. The facial data registered by the robot. Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you excuse me. I need to stim goodbye for a minute. Are you actually leaving? Oh my goodness. Nori's gone. Nori's getting up, having a good time. Okay, you two all set to go?
You bet I am. Let's do this.
Hate to see him leave, love to watch him go. This is it, the final battle. We must avenge a baddie. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. Did you think it was gonna end here? This is the last part of the episode. What are you talking about? What did you think? Let us now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it, Although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come along since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring the witness immediately. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. And justice we trust.
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? Oh my god, he built different. I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's so Disneyland actor. He's so professional. Oh my god. He's like a Disneyland actor. That's crazy. All out. Doesn't matter what happens. Holy fuck. Do you know how much money you could be making? Dude, you could just be a Disneyland actor. And you know what? You wouldn't have to kill people and do horrible things. I mean, not that he cares. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright. If you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. He's like, these motherfuckers caught me, fuck! These motherfuckers know it's me. He's sitting there in his mind, he's like, these fucking bastards, they got me. They fucking know. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're gonna have to lie through this, fuck. I'm the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. It's lighter with her prints on it. Yeah, that'll tell them. That'll get them off my case. Now they're not gonna think it's me anymore. We're bringing it back to Athena. They're not gonna think it's me at all. Look at their faces. They believe me. They know I'm true. They know I'm right. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit? That's right! Mr. Lore's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto the ladder. We don't have proof. You're correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out. Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Please don't throw the book at me. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence!
I think we should beat him with belts. I think we should cover him in oil and then beat him with belts until he confesses. Who's with me? Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. He's so sick, though. Like, I know that he probably... he's just indifferent. He doesn't care. He doesn't have feelings, so he doesn't really care. He's indifferent to it. But it's like... he really sat there and not only sent this man to prison for 7 years, he then went on to be around him and hang out around him this whole time, knowing damn well that he is the reason that he's stuck in this situation, that he's wasting his youth, being trapped in prison, going to be sent to his fucking death, hung out with him every day, became a friend of his, became a trusted associate. Oh my god, like, this motherfucker is actually evil. That's crazy. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge these claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? I just realized it's 2 in the fucking morning. Oh my god. That's fine, Your Honor. Now ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. That's why everyone went to sleep? Where? Everyone's in here. Unless you mean, in voice chat or something.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it, with fingerprints on it in the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. Yeah, he brought the evidence. Evidence that clearly wasn't there prior. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright. Right there now. Especially about that lighter. He's right, but what exactly should I ask about? So how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of the right hand. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could please have it added to my testimony? You got it. He beat me to it. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. The right hand. Left hand. They held it with the left hand.
Objection!
You see, the prints were from a right hand. Is that correct? That's right. Very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Well, what doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So, here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? Ugh. You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness claims don't even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I got it. What have you got, Detective? The mirror. The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the mirror, through the window of the boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back to the right of the room. That's right. And across the room on the opposite wall. But it was much closer, so no. It's a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. So are you saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. I see, in that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was the reflection.
Silence!
Right, Stoner. You'd sooner nick yourself like than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Huh? That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had held it with their left hand, and the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could have easily opened it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction! It appears you've planted a flower that bears no fruit. See how it withers before my flower of justice? He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. Of course, he's fucking ready for this. In justice we trust. Now, do you see it? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I mean, I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. And that's how you out yourself. Why would you say all that? Oh, it's so sad. So very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit. You dirty, stinky bastard.
Hold it!
Is your bracelet ringing? Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? Ooh. I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice Stoner, Are you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not a cheat, it's his ability. You're tweaking, and you're a fucking asshole for not letting him use it when it would actually help the truth come out. He was actually a dick for that. Like, every time we went against him, his fuck-ass bird would fucking attack us if we tried to use the bracelet. He's a dick. Ugh. It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here it goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see. Ooh! You can see when held in the right hand. Hey!
Gotcha!
Aha. I spy a nervous tick. A tick? Maybe I should squash it then. It was too obvious that he was using his right hand, and I don't think it was his face, because he's very good. He's a fucking spy. He's obviously going to be able to cover up his fucking, facial expressions. I doubt that that would be a cue. So I was like, let me check his hands. And like I said, the other hand seemed busy, so... That's not the kind of tick I had in mind. Could you please repeat your statement? I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. I got the wrong part? But that's definitely it. It's definitely this hand. What did I get wrong? It's definitely this hand, right? I'm not tweaking. See? Nothing going on with his face. That's the only part that moves. There's nothing here either. I think it has to be here, because he stopped doing it after saying the Earth emblem. Not to mention, isn't this where his gun is? Like, I don't know. It feels like there's a lot here.
Gotcha!
See? I did that! Am I tweaking? I did that! Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. Why would you tell him? Why would you tell him that? If he is a spy, he's gonna fucking adapt. Apollo, I'm gonna grab you by your two little strands and whip you across the room. You see that little window, that little opening from the bomb blowing up? I'm gonna throw you. Throw you right out that fucking window gap. Dumbass. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence!
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you? What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell. Yeah, nobody trusts your stupid fuck-ass. I'm not sure what this is all about, but Prosecutor Blackwell insists. It must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. Yeah, you can click on here. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey! Look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. What the fuck? It's a gun! It's a gun! It's a gun! This is how the bullet was fired! Wow, it transformed into something. A handle. A trigger. Is this what I think it is? There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun. A what?
Fuck, they're onto me. Oh my god. They know it's me. They know it's me. Fuck. They just figured out it's a gun. Oh shit. They know what the murder weapon is now. Oh god.
A gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a .10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun? So, when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, that's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. Why am I being held like a cheeseburger? Put me down. I gotta play the game. It would appear that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution's side. The person who fired the gun at the director, Director Cosmos, in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, the person who murdered Mr. Turan, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant, Athena Sykes, the Prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Now you see, the man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. Oh my god, stand up. But... Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to, as the prosecutor. But Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
I know you not talking, looking like a fucking founding father. Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. Apollo, that was weak as fuck. Shit. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena. I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think this lighter might be forged evidence? It is obviously forged. Why are we even, like, pretending like it's not? Why did we even, like, humor that? Whatever. That's right. It could be all part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter?
Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found at the boarding lounge.
Ah, yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. Oh my gosh. The owner of the prints, he could just lie. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Yeah, you could just fucking lie about whose data it is. Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes. What about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints matched the print data. But I have to wonder. Was the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in the case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence!
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. We won. Very well, then. Bailiff! Ah, it appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yeah! Yes. The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Turan. It was his lighter. Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter? Ah, I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. No, we didn't. We had his face. There was no reason for that. When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood, after which you wiped the blood off his hand. Gah. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. And put the blame on Miss Sykes. For someone that's not emotional, he seems to be feeling a lot of emotion. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. That's why he wears gloves all the time. Nico, you're so right. He wears gloves all the time to hide that scar. So, does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Why is he pretending to be stressed? Like, just stand still, bro. Fuck. Disney actor level. That's crazy. Disneyland actor, bro. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to the tiny slivers where you stand. Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence!
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. An under the cover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. He wants to believe him so badly. Oh, you suck, dude. You're supposed to be his friend. That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then who's the mystery person behind Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck? Who was the mystery person that Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you! Then how would you explain the fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders. And you expect me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him. That's why he's been so kind to him. Oh, you're fucking evil. So he sent a buzzard of his own to tell me the past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believe Tao was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. Can we just do the fucking emotion thing on him already? Fuck. There were assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. With that ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to sniper shots in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. If we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now. There. I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. Ooh, that face? That was his real face. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence!
I was his friend for a year. Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit, there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. There's even less evidence of everything he fucking said. There's literally even less evidence of everything he said. Are you serious? Oh my god, you just don't want to believe it's him. Yes, as I recall, the only sound proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But I've known Fulbright here for a year now, and all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. Prosecutor Blackwell! This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really. Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me! Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you. When's the last time Soap said something? Is Soap sleepy? Is Soap asleep?
Soap, did you fall asleep?
I really hope he's telling the truth. I want them to be friends. No, that motherfucker is evil. See, even you're falling for it. Look at that. Such a bond of trust is rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Very good. I'm glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. Hey, what about Athena's mother? Oh my god, are we serious? Clay is not as important as a whole mother being killed. Are we serious? Am I tweaking? Like, yes, he killed Clay. That's fucking crazy. That's effed up. That's crazy. But the way that they don't even mention Dr. Sykes... I know, but... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he gonna get away just like that? Now, if you excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that... I'm off! Bring your ass back here. Athena. Get his ass, Athena! I knew it. We're gonna do an emotion thing. We have to, because that's the only way to really tell. If he can't strongly feel emotions, it will show. It will show in the way he talks. The defense... No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet. I would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, do you think you could scooch over? I love it! Athena, what are you doing? I hope we don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you're no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to the prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am. And I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, what are you doing? Where are you going with these questions? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? He may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. Yes, well, even before all this, I knew he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Fulbright, I think you better have that counseling. Not you too! You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as you're an undercover investigator, your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me?
Silence!
Oh, how you amuse me, sir. What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon. I knew you would catch on, Athena. My goat, my goat! Huh? Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright, because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotion, like joy or relief in his response. He gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's hurt. What? You two were working together just now? Come on now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Bridget, mon ami, let's do this.
Oh my gosh, my goat, my goat! Thank you for believing in me, Prosecutor Blackwell. Not a single emotion. I'm an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coercing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm a bad person for cooperating with such a man. But he took my family hostage. What else could I do? Evil. Oh my god. Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all?
Just like I thought. Right in line with this Phantom's psych profile.
Oh, look at his face.
What is he doing with his watch? Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom.
Ooh.
Hey, what's going on?
Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything.
He's trying to hack the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with this.
Yeah! Fancy device you have there. But I'll tolerate no cheating. Thank you. Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy.
Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There. Now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us.
Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. Oh, as a matter of fact, you wounded me very deeply with that accusation.
What's going on? All of a sudden, I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading.
Huh? He's literally crying as a river over there. Oops. My mistake. How about this?
Grrr! Yikes! Now he's angry all of a sudden? What's he trying to pull?
Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You're correct. It's a result of my daily training. Very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know? More like for us spies. Seriously. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. I sense you're feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who've been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
Then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No. Analyze away. But I will state it again. I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Me, the Phantom? No way! Oh, I'm so sad. See, I told you I have emotions. How dare you accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock? I do regret cooperating with the Phantom, of course. This is crazy loud, by the way. You see sadness, right? I'm not tweaking. Like, it sounds different on this page. Like, listen. You hear that, right? It sounds different. I think it's sadness on this page, right?
Got it!
Golly, ugh, awful sound. I found it. I found the emotion, the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear, huh? A fear that a man with hardly any emotion feels, huh? And it was a response to that moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because your identity will be revealed. Of course. That's it. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. He's scared of dying. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. But I bet even now... there are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You're afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. You see how he's making this face now? He's never made that face before. Never. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Be afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity? Apparently so. Oh my god, I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee. I'm back. Oh my goodness. Gonna be 4 a.m. soon. It will in like 30 minutes. Oh my goodness. Hello everybody. Hello everybody.
Hi, hello.
I was only gone for a little bit, like a couple seconds. What do you mean? Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't do so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him, because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity.
Hold it!
Ooh. Where do you think you're going? Why are we even playing games with him no more? Why are we even playing games with him anymore? Get his ass locked up. Look what he's doing, dude. Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of those toys does he have? Where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? And just as we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. The evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid? Don't make me laugh. And what was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Yee! Bro's trying to murk people. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Gah. Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Did he just grab her earring? Did he just steal her earring? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. Wasn't her earring evidence too? Look at his fuck ass cut, bro. That's crazy. All I hear is distrust? As you can see, the people are on my side, because all I see is a strange little girl using this weird little machine. Well, it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. No, there's her earring. It's fine. Uh-oh. He's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses, and it has been the key to get the truth. What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well. I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is. But, Your Honor... There, you see? Nobody believes you. And your trumped up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyses can contribute to making the truth clearer. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest.
Does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. Look at the judge. Amazing, amazing man. Never doubted him, ever. You guys have seen, since day one, I've always been on the judge's side. I've always trusted the judge. He clearly knows what he's talking about. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. Exactly. This is what I've been saying, Twin. Damn. This is the court's opinion on this matter. Reef has been that far behind? Reef! No, man, I remember your judge rant. See, you just lie. You just lie in the chat. That's all y'all do. Lie in the chat. Oh my god. Reef, that's crazy. I can't ever take a nap. What the hell? You can take a nap when we're done. What the hell? This is the finale.
Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear.
Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Oh, brother, here he goes again. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. Do you think he got his blood or something on it? Do you think that's a possibility, y'all? Because why would he be scared of it unless there's like evidence that's added onto it? And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. You thought you were gonna pull that shit on him, huh? The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, Dono? Cut it! Cut it! Oh, he's crazy for that. He dropping hints in the way he talks. He's talking about the blade. Athena cut his hand, remember? Athena stabbed his hand. And when he stabbed his hand, he probably got blood on the moon rock. That's crazy! Blackwell just dropped that. With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell, have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed. By covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well for being suspected of forged evidence, and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the Law. Then it is also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Hey, that's the thing. You guys are victims of circumstance. Like, it's literally not your fault that this shit started. People were lying on your names. Like, literally, what the fuck? Blackwell's on my good list now. I can finally call him fine in good conscience. It took you this long? What about when he was, like, found guilty earlier? He was fine before, even when I thought he killed somebody. That was fine. Sorry. It's okay, I forgive you. All that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust? Understanding. Fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotions. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies always.
Objection!
Yeah. Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course, that's the knife that the Phantom used to kill Clay Turan. That's right. The exact same type of knife. Scary, it's so scary, this picture. Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall.
He dodged at first, so we only cut his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand.
Miss Sykes had then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. And he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. Is Fourth Wall still here? Fourth Wall, are you still here? You mean if we ran analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Yes, I suppose so. Unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. Yeah! What this court needs is a bully-free zone. The infamous sword of the begulling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready it with me. Show us this. Show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is outrageous. This is an outrage. I mean, this is an outrage. You're one right to do now. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Yep, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. Oh my god. It was in the space capsule. Oh my god, he bombed the thing after too. What happened? What happened was he hid it in that space capsule thing. The little like hope capsule thing. And then when it was brought into court to be used as a what's it called? What's it called? When it was brought into court to be used as evidence, he blew it up essentially to get rid of it. You couldn't even smuggle with it or leave through those checkpoints. Does this mean the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible. And why's that? The Space Center was searched top to bottom, and especially the lab. But the moon rock was never found. How could I forget about that? Sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. I miss when we had to defend clowns and actors. I do too. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think. It's right there. How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? Right there on the right, he put it in the fucking little capsule. I do have to go. It's getting too late for me to stay. Goodbye forever. Goodbye forever. So, can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? No, sorry, I mean... What? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. The fuck? How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime?
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket? He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, and the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket. Preposterous. That would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly. Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. was out there in the depths of space, aboard the Hope space probe. What? Order! Order in the court! I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage that one anyway. The villain used its primary objective to conveniently kill two birds with one stone. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely onto its mission. It returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. Oh, fuck. He knows the truth. Oh, shit. What am I supposed to do? He knows everything. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. The original assignment may have been just to sabotage the hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay when he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself. He didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung onto that capsule for all he was worth until his very last breath. He doesn't know how to fluctuate his emotions. Look at that. Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do. Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I'm not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes. A trap. $25K, let's go! Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom was a spy worth his salt, a trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. That makes the trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence.
This is so scary. No, like, this is actually scary, though, y'all. He doesn't know how to, like, use his emotions properly. He's just doing whatever. He's genuinely unable to understand what emotion should be used right now. He's doing whatever he thinks might work. Crazy behavior built. Literally. Oh my god. Further investigation. More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell! Ooh. Hey, you guys aren't really... Oh my god, Miles! Looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth! I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I have yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. I knew it! He was using a secret identity. He was using like a dead identity. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Then, does this mean? Yes. The man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? Then this man... Who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. You will not reveal your... If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. It's a mask. What the... No! His face! Oh, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What's the meaning of this? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. Oh my god. Wait, but that's... Hey Apollo, yeah, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck! But that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence!
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat One, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want. Not so fast. I have the Phantom's psych profile right here. If we compile a psych profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means. That voice. Oh no. Uh-oh. Please God. Ew. I cannot accept such evidence here, Sykes. Professor Means! Mask? I take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence! Huh? Time to take out the trash. Permanently. How could you? Do you think we don't have copies of that, you dumb bitch? Fuck. You think we wouldn't make more copies? Damn. Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence!
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. But that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. But perhaps it is really the case that You don't even know who you are anymore. Hmm? What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right, I don't know who I am. I'm always looking at someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Don't even my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotion, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now we know that you aren't even Bobby Fulbright. Your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule. I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to steal your fudge. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens. It looks like you finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. So isn't that evidence on its own? I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, Wright Dono. I know, I'm trying. There's one thing that can unmask this menace. The moon rock. But that was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. Isn't her earring literally made of the moon rock? Her earring is made of the whatever. What if some tiny part of some little fragment still exists? Yes, you can see the stolen moon rock there too. A strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity? It's gonna be this. I know the earrings are the end game. It has to be. But they want us to talk about, like, what's left of it. Isn't this the bomb that blew up the courtroom? And the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo, taken after the bombing, specifically right here. Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the Hat won. Now, please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at the fragments, all that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on that blood will prove the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable. But that's impossible. A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Wright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackwell, what did the test results show? There was a rock fragment that had blood on it, and that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. They confirmed it they confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it. You are the Phantom.
Objection!
Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to your Does he have my face on? No way. That's so scary. He could have just been walking around as me. No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? Oh, he's so hot in this outfit. Why? It was a pretty good objection, too. Don't you think? My god, that was hot. I don't know. Sorry. It might be because it's 4:14 in the morning, but... Now he's me? So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I meant the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph, and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was in the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. That's highly unlikely. A rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be there. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but... Several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom, and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought the worst of times were when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well,
Then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible.
Why not?
In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's just no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock.
Oh, no!
There's really no way to prove it? Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
The side-eye was crazy! So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. Her earring. There's another piece of it right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. Imposter Phoenix's sofa, I know, for real. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? Girl, look at your fucking ear. We do, even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing, as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see that I've got what I've got. Try me. The piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock wasn't completely lost is this. Fucking flashbang, fuck. But just about the only thing my mother left me were rigid. And this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. They always include too much in those flashbacks. No, literally, she could have said one little thing. She didn't need to say all that. There's always an extra line that doesn't need to be added or some shit. No, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah. Oh! You mean... Exactly. The gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. Stop showing that fucking scary ass picture, bro. 4 in the damn morning. I don't want to see that shit. This is the defense's sample of the moon rock. That's your sample? This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What? All this time, it was right here all along? No. It can't be. If the composition of the bombed fragments and the earring are found to be a match, Then we'll prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the results showed that the blood in the fragment was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now, even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear, I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago. Every human being feels fear. You simply can't base the emotions inside you. You can't base them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do. I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself. How can I run away from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me? Is this? No. Oh god, oh my god! Jesus! Oh my god! I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. Oh my god, the eyes! Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Holy shit! Yuck! My body's actually so fucking itchy. That was terrifying. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. Tell them when the gang groups up. Ooh. My own true face. No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. Oh, they gonna shoot the fuck out of you, ain't they? My own true face. I don't have one. My face, my face, my face. Oh my god, this is so scary. Is this my face? Is it? No, that's not it. No! This isn't me either. Is this me? Which one is my babe? What am I? Who am I? Ooh. They got him. That was crazy. His face is in the shadows. That's pissed me off. Show his face right now. I'm trying to see. Oh, sniper this very courtroom. Y'all are just standing there anyways? Maybe they're gonna shoot y'all too, because you're gonna see his face. Hello? It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how was Detective Fulbright, his imposter, doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. The analysis of that final piece of evidence Wright donor submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that that is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of the courtroom number 4. And all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all of these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return her to her proper place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, we know it's not you, girl. Just go. He was already gonna say you're not guilty anyways. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes.
Not guilty!
Let's go! Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness, we freaking did it! Let's go! Let's freaking go! We did it! We beat the game! Court is adjourned.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick.
Thank you, Pearls. Thank you for being there, Athena. For Athena.
It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you.
Pearl, you're tiny as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. How'd Trucy outdo you like that? Trucy is like 16. You're 17. Crazy. Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up.
That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth? We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we would have never won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, didn't you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the Dark Age of Law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It wouldn't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? Well, think about it.
The complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals.
Athena. Oh, it's him! Athena. I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
Well, I knew if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'll be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Oh, just barely, but I still made it.
That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes, and I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you.
Shame on you, Simon! We're trying to throw your life away like that!
It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your life.
Like what?
My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure.
Huh?
That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Oh. He promised to protect Athena no matter what. That was a promise he made. Oh my god. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. There better be an animated scene. They better not have me read all of this. Gonna piss me off.
You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh?
It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency.
Well, nobody's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo.
Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright.
But there are so many more people out there who need our help.
You're right. And I'll be needing you both to help me. To help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There's still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of Law to a close.
Hey, I know one thing you have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles.
Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Dunes noodles after a trial. All on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency. Right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Huh? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to the people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. Simon, you gonna die from salt poisoning. Sodium poisoning. The second you just got out of prison, it's your first meal. You're not used to the real world food like that. Come on now. Huh?
I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Dick, how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman?
Put that blush away. Guys? Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in.
Hey, no fair, I want to say it too.
Objection? Okay, here we go. Hard to say objection.
Objection!
Oh my god.
I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. So I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. You think I should have found him a new legal case? Nah, that's okay. This is the Wright Anything agency after all. Athena and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I better study just as much as I can if I want to become a judge. My grandma says eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow, green peppers or yellow peppers. Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead.
Land of the dark age of the law, you say?
I'm naive. You don't know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict.
What? You're putting me under investigation. The chief prosecutor wants to see me. Yeah, get fucked. I've been asked to debut the great master wrestler Ten Mataro.
He's scheduled to go up against the Amazing Ninetales next Thursday.
What to do?
Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Amazing Ninetales?
That's not a bad idea. I bet he'd be all for it.
Ka! So we are here to meet as foes.
Oh my god, I can't do that. They're talking way too fucking fast. Like, even if I was just reading myself, that'd be fast as fuck. Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of Ninetales Vale now. Pretty impressive, eh? I took after Rex QB for a good... Well, what do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey, you. What do you think you're doing in the matter? There are the jigs. I better make a red bread!
I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law. So now I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm going to prosecute Athena someday. You'll SEE.
I'm setting my buns off too. But it won't be for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the Themis entrance exam on my own. With a score of 100 points, of course.
You, Juniper? Our dreams will live on!
Her design is cute.
I found really sweet boxes for all three of them, but they won't wear them. Is it because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? But anyway, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper's future is bright. Now let's see what the fresh blood have to say about the news note.
Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal her cardboard box got soggy. Apollo can box me. I miss what he said. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'd be the coolest trial ever, yeah? I can already hear it now.
It's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up all the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once her training is over.
Oh my god, does that mean Maya's gonna come in the next game? Humanity's dreams for outer space will never die. In fact, planning for the Hat-3 rocket has officially begun. Look upon me, people of the great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos. What do you... Oh, Director! Yes. Rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes. You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos. Bro got demoted. When was he? When did I miss him? Clavier?
I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Matis came to the moon, which is more interesting? Montes, Prentice, or oh my god. You think they would like either one? Yay, hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I want you to use me again like you used to. Oh. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff! I'm going to the moon for real this time. For me and Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I know I should never give up. But I'm worried. You can't breathe in outer space, and in fact, it's cold. Oh, man. I'm getting really nervous. No, I am not employed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister. But no one's around, and I've been kept waiting long enough. What sort of cases you bring here? Oh, your father accused you and you wished for Athena to defend you. Then perhaps he and I shall meet in a courtroom. They're typing it way too fast. I'm not even crazy, right? Like, they're doing that really, really fast. I look forward to our next month's salary assessment. Forgive me, please. Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills to the prosecutor's office tonight. It would seem solving that case thought that okay, whatever. And now I owe Wright yet another. Oh, okay. But I will pay him one day. You can. Okay, whatever. Like, what the fuck? They're just saying it so fast. It feels like it's actually getting faster, even. Like, that's crazy. Oh my goodness, there's so many credits. Do you think this is because it's in 3D now, plus the animation? $4:44 a.m., bro. I still have to switch my laundry to the dryer. Oh my god. Oh my god. Beautiful, beautiful woman.
Finally! Damn! Cocoa Melon time. Pissed me off so bad. Made me watch all the stupid fucking text. Damn.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
We believe in you!
I'll be
T-minus
fine.
15 seconds.
Oh, he's so stressed.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
That they not letting her style her hair no more? That's crazy.
Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you
Their
think.
voices are so similar. I was so right. I was so real and right when I chose to voice him like that. Now, why they all look related? Damn.
Guys, I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Let's go!
All right!
Through the years, I have seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. Yay! Yippee! Yay! Yay! Oh my god. And then we get to have the preview of the next bonus episode. How long is that gonna be? There's no way that's gonna be like a full thing, right? Look at that. I could just go to the next game. I don't have to play these. How long are they? Golly! I don't want to go to the next game and then we forget about this. Oh my goodness! I mean, we finished the whole thing. This is a bonus. I can just put on whatever. They're not even going to be dressed for real. We're just going to be wearing whatever I want. Okay. We're just gonna watch the beginning. You guys know the drill. I'm not about to sit here and you get to watch all of it. I'm not about to do all
My
it.
name is Phoenix Wright,
Oh my
head
god.
of the Wright Anything Agency and a lawyer.
This is so scary.
Although, I was doing something else entirely for a while there. As for why I decided to formally get back into lawyering, let's just say there's unfinished business to take care of.
Let's just say horses won't be horses
Anyway.
anymore.
I thought I'd reminisce about my first case back on the job. And what a case it was.
No.
It happened only a few months after Athena joined our office.
Yeah, this is after episode 2, by the way, y'all. Just in case you were wondering. Now know me. What? Hello? Who is that? The mustache?
Morla, ye made it just in time.
Oh, is this a show?
Oh
be pirates, we love to sail the seven seas. Just a bunch of scallywags who are as free can be. We swim through storms and waves, all because you see grand treasure and adventures waiting just for me.
Oh, it's a show. At one of these evil ass fucking aquariums. Alright, everybody. So excited to get to see that again in the future. Alright, everyone. It's time for us to go to sleep. Everybody's going to sleep. Number 33 in gaming is crazy. We moving up. We moving up, everybody. Reeve, thank you for the corgi. It's so freaking cute. No, it's 11. No, it's time to sleep. Good night. Good night, everybody. Oh my goodness. Goodbye.